Okay, folks, happy Sunday. Well, we've got quite a few things to work on. And yeah, I did something that I don't usually do, which is work on stuff off screen. I just didn't know how much time I was going to have, and I didn't want to get the whole stream going and not be able to finish it. But let me show you what I got. It's all the British. I went ahead and airbrushed them and so forth. Let me get this tray over here. And a couple of other things also. These paints that we're going to need to bring back from the airbrush station. So, this is the old Matchbox Firefly that we just added the extra green stuff to. This is the Frontline one. And they were all painted with the colors that were recommended by from Vallejo. They make Vallejo makes a British uniform set or something like that, and they say to use bronze green and then dry brush with Russian uniforms. That's what I did, and this is what I got right here. And then we did the brown wash on top of it and did more Russian uniform on top of it. That's how we came across this color. And we did the same thing with the Plastic Soldier Company ones. And if you notice, they're slightly different in color. I don't mind the color that they are. They're just slightly different. I have a feeling that they're going to look more like this by the time that we're done with the other steps. But it's interesting how much browner they end up looking by adding the other two steps behind them. But if they look like they're a different shade, well, they are. And some thin camouflage with something that I read about, and I got it down pretty thin. And this is the Observation Panzer III and a Kugelwagen that's sitting around from Fujimi. So this is the stuff that we're going to work on today. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give these guys a brown wash, and while we're doing that, we can try to finish up this Firefly with the tracks and so forth. But the wash is going to take a little bit of a time to dry on it, so we're going to do that first. But it's significantly different, the color on it. But I don't remember what these look like before. I'm sure they'll all be the same, and if not, then well, they'll just be what they'll be. But can't really tell before things change a lot when you add the brown wash on them. It makes them look better. And this Panzer III honestly looks like a Mexican Fiesta. But the colors did need to be pretty bold, or they weren't going to show up on it. Okay, let's move these guys off to the side. And let's grab a candidate. And a brush. And you can put my glasses on to see which brush we need to use. I got somebody with us already. This one should do fine. And we have lots of see if we can pull this stuff off. this thing peeling off in the middle of it. There you go. It's just like oil. I could probably make my own wash, but at some point you got to delegate something to somebody else. So I delegated the wash making to the wash people. Now, do we have any of this strong tone left? Maybe a little bit of it. I'd do the German last because I'm not really interested in doing the German today. Okay, and I'm gonna need stuff for the turrets. 1, 2, 3. And now let's get rid of these decals the hell out of here. Got this little Panzerführer guy floating around here. Let's get rid of him. And the Chinese bot that was watching left. Let's see what these vehicles with the British markings look like. This hobby takes a while. And I was like, all day long yesterday, it's like it just took forever to be able to do some things. All right. Yeah, I don't really want to grab this button. Oh, I still have these things? Okay, well. One thing's for sure, this paint is plenty cured before I've done this. You don't have to wait as long as I did. But you don't want to spray this and then within 30 minutes start wiping this off of it. It likes to remove some of the paint. Not because it interacts with it, but just because it's just, you're scrubbing the surface to some degree, so. Yeah, see, this is already starting to change the color from this almost like a blue-green type color. There's definitely some blue hue to the bronze green undertone. Went to the bookstore yesterday and I came across a book from Casement on the Sherman tank that was actually pretty interesting. I looked through the whole book to see if it was worth getting, and I just couldn't justify $45 or $50 or however much it was for it. There wasn't anything awe-inspiring in there that I just had to have. Good. And spend that kind of money on that book. Here's one. Here's another. All right. It's a tremendous difference doing the brown wash. And though we end up covering a good bit of it, all those different undertones make a huge difference in how a vehicle ends up looking. Like, oh, I dry brushed. It doesn't look as good as stuff I see. Well, you don't realize that the guy primed it, and then he dry brushed it, and and then he gave it a wash, and then he dry brushed it, and then he came back and dry brushed it again, and then maybe he gives it a different dry brush of a different color on it. There's all kinds of different levels of color. It's not just like one and done. I mean, I guess you could just dip it and be happy with it, but I'm one of those people that I see something online. I'm like, man, this looks amazing. How did this guy do it? I'm trying to dissect how he did it, and maybe just drop it in a big dip thing is good enough for you. But I want to do these as best as I can. Especially the Dunkelgelb, because you look at this now and it's like, what kind of mustard hell pinata colored, Mexican fiesta bullshit does that thing look like? Looks like a burrito on crack, a Dorito on crack. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not worried about that now. We know how to get that where we need to. But it's got to kind of look, you got to have some strong colors to begin with, or that stuff's not going to show by the time you add, the wash and dry brush over it and soften everything off, As it is, you got to be careful with the dry brush. You end up covering over all those colors you did, and it was like a waste of your time. Hey, Jeffrey. More morning, fully. I don't know what you're trying. Am I fully? There's that damn heart in the way. Am I fully recovered? I don't know. I thought I was getting better every day. And then I went to the grocery store on the way home. I was with the daughter, and she had to finish paying. I had a coughing attack for no reason. So this is, it's just inconvenient. It's inconvenient. I'd go outside before somebody said something to me and pissed me off. But I'm not coughing that often, but then, it's just weird. I got all this shit in my lungs, but other than that, I mean, I sound worse than I feel. I feel just fine. Although I am tired. Went shopping yesterday for a little bit with the daughter, and not even for that long, and I was exhausted. At the first stop, I was like, I felt like I'd worked all day, and all I did was get in and out of the car once. But haven't had a headache any day, or it's just stupid. This is just really dumb. But we did watch 3 episodes of Band of Brothers yesterday. And I noticed errors I'd never caught before, never really paid attention to them. Still, it blows away pretty much any other errors or mistakes that they make in other series, but they had a mock-up of the world's flattest Jagdpanther. Looked like a cross between a Jagdpanther and a pancake. It's pretty flat. There in Normandy, and supposed to be part there of the counterattack there of 17th Panzer Division. Gutz von Berlichen. That unit was actually famous for having Stug 4s. It had one Stug battalion, and they were all Stug 4s. So the Stug that they used was a 3, or a 3 mock-up, which looks really good from some angles, and some angles not so good. And I think on the show they used the mock-up for that. They used the Jagdpanther mock-up, and they had a Martyr mock-up too. I know I'm not supposed to notice those things. But they had this episode where they get dropped into Eindhoven, and they meet the British tanks to come relieve them, and the British tanks are the wrong Shermans. They reused the American Shermans. I noticed that stuff too. And the lead tanks in that one episode where when they were going into that town where they got stopped by another German counterattack was 11th Armored Division there, the yellow bull with the yellow background with a black bull. I didn't think that unit was in Battle of the Bulge. I mean, not Battle of the Bulge, Market Garden. I tried to look it up. I was under the impression that they weren't. There should have been guards. Which I really don't like the symbol for Guards Armor Division. I got nothing. It's not the veterans' fault. They don't get to choose their uniforms or, or their design of their unit logos. I like the bull. It just wasn't expecting to see them there. With some Cromwells, which actually looked pretty good in that episode. I almost had half of mine. And the 11th was one of the units that used Cromwells. I think it was the 7th, the 11th, the 79th. I think that's it. I think that's all the units that use the Cromwells. Okay. We don't want these. We don't want these to touch. All right, let's get these Nazi tanks the hell out of the way before something drips on them. This stuff isn't self-leveling, so I'm gonna just put it over there. If I was grabbing this turret, if this turret had been grabbed differently, I'd stand it up over there, but I don't want to lay it like this and have part of the turret that has all the brown shit on it. Mr. Heine, shortly after the D-Day landings, and shortly after the landings, they participated in rapid advance across France, Belgium, Netherlands, later Rhine crossing. Was all I could quickly. Talking about the 11th. Got a good symbol. Was there a 4th Armored Division? I don't think so. Not for the Commonwealth. There's a 4th Armored Brigade. They make it really complicated when you're like, well, these guys have a Desert Rat too. Really confusing. Really confusing. Especially in the age before the internet. I never could figure that out. Why does this 4th Armored Brigade have a Desert Rat type symbol? And so does the 7th, but then it's not the 7th Armored Division. Like, make it stop. And like this unit that I'm going to paint, it's an independent brigade. The only reason I picked this one was because it was in the scenario. That's the only reason. I'm actually not a fan of independent brigade units. I'd rather do a whole division's worth. Well, we're doing these first, so hopefully these will dry first. And I'm going to go ahead and wash the crab, even though I have no intention of finishing it anytime soon. The only reason I picked up that crab was because, who knows, wherever I was, they happen to have one back 25 years ago. I've zero interest in doing any beach landing stuff. Whether it's in the Pacific, the Atlantic, Sicily, I don't give a shit where it is. I'm not interested in doing landing craft or make it so one side's in a completely static defense. I do like the 4th Infantry Division symbol, but Desert Rats are my favorite. They were my granddad's division. The 7th? Yeah, they're classic. Did you know that early on they just had the red box with a white circle around it, no jerboa in the center, and that was due to them wanting to make it look like the 4th Division from the First World War. I did not know that until I started doing some research relatively recent. As I'd look at these decals, here's the decals for Operation Compass. And I'm like, yes, all the 7th Armored Division doesn't have a jerboa in the center. What the fuck's up with that? I mean, I don't need a decal set for making a red box with a white circle in it. Yeah, again, I don't think anybody dislikes the Desert Rat symbol, except maybe that one asshole that doesn't like the Spitfire. That guy's just gonna be trouble. That guy's trouble everywhere he goes. Everybody's favorite troll, Mr. Dickhead. And I've got one of these things in the back that I don't know where the hell it is. I'll glue it on later. Let's just give this thing a wash and move on. And this one I don't think is a Sherman 5. It's probably a Sherman 3. Not worried about that at this point. This thing was a pain in the ass to build in multiple phases, and all held together by the power of epoxy. Resin body and white metal details. Okay, well, I don't have a problem with people from Russia or wherever, but I don't know what you're saying, dude. Have a good day. I don't know. I just hope you're not saying something like, "Hey, when are you gonna do some Soviets?" Hey, I got a lot more Soviets to do, and they're my most numerous nation. I got more Russian stuff than anybody else, as I should. Yeah, I'm already awake at 6. Thank you. Yesterday I slept through both of them. This time I slept through none of them. I now got to go into work early tomorrow, so I'm like, well, let's get let's get some stuff accomplished today. Super good. I'm gonna sleep. Google's translation of Stug and Band of Brothers was based on a Swiss PZ-61. Yeah, I just watched it recently. Even had the Gotts von Berlichen symbol on it. I paused it. The Panzerjäger was most like a Swedish modified vehicle, which has a 38 chassis. Really? You sure that you're not talking about the Martyr? Because there was a Martyr there too that definitely looked like it had the Czech 38 chassis. Well, at least they made an attempt. You know, they all, even this pancaked Jagdpanther, looked better than the Tiger. I got a Tiger that was in that Replacements episode we just finished watching, and it looked lame as shit. It looked really, really shitty. And it wasn't the one from Saving Private Ryan that was based on the T-34. We'll have to drill this barrel out. But it looked lame as shit compared to the other stuff. Now, how do I let go of this? I'm getting this everywhere. I'm going to put this here because the table is covered with something. And I'm just gonna grow. I'm just gonna grow a pair and grab this like this, and move on. Wherever I grab, that's gonna be an area that's gonna get dry brushed over it anyways. All right, so that stuff's done. I gotta take a picture of this pinata, Panzer 3 pinata. God, that's ugly. Especially the green. That olive green is just seems like the wrong ass green. Of course, I can change it however the hell I want, pretty much, and just say, hey, well, they mixed it with something else. No, I'm not concerned about it. I mean, I've only used it umpteen times, and it turns out just fine, but this is an early mark. I want to say this is based on an F. This is going to be the vehicle that goes along with the Hummel and the Vespa. But I think the thin camouflage turned out how I wanted to, thin-wise. That's really what I was looking at. This is an MMS model. Another company that was sad to see that was out of business, but now I'm okay. I mean, I'm not heartbroken anymore because I don't want to drill into metal anymore. I'd much rather work with the plastic models. The only thing bad about this thing is it really needs to have a 5-pointed antenna back here. And I don't know that I'm going to spend $10 to buy one. I think I'm just putting a straight antenna on it and moving on, because that just doesn't seem like a good value. It costs about $10 by the time you order the shipping and stuff like that for it. I don't think it's worth it. Unless I end up getting multiple of them and I want to build some command tanks or something, command Panthers or... I'm not gonna manufacture one of those. That's a pain in the ass. Get sprue and then glue it at the right angle. I'm like, yeah, I don't have time for that. I've got the pistol ports there still. No main gun. Just an MG34, which they should never be firing in anger, because if they do, it means they're way too close to the enemy. And this has a lot of valuable equipment. You can't replace these things as specialized vehicle. It's a specialized vehicle that specialized vehicles are counting on to be around to help them. So, not touching? Okay, good. And we'll do the same thing here. And put the Kubelwagen. I've never painted a Kubelwagen yet. The grandfather of the Volkswagen thing. What'd you guys call those things in the UK? Certainly they weren't called Volkswagen things. Terrible name choice. Like, really? I think that I've always thought the Kubelwagen is an attractive vehicle. Much more than a Volkswagen thing. Most Volkswagen thing is fat like it just ate a Kubelwagen. I think this is the set that came with some motorcycles, or a motorcycle, the Stug, and this thing. I've got the I've got the one from Airfix, but it's definitely not as good a quality. I think it fell apart on me. Now I'm going to see if I can grab this by the tires. So the tires end up getting painted anyways. And put this vertical. Don't touch that one. Okay. The Trekker. Okay. I think it's an attractive vehicle. I mean, I don't want one. It's got what, 30 horsepower? Like, pfft, come on, man. And it's probably not good side impact either. All right. I will be right back in a few moments, and we will continue on with the painting the pieces here on the Sherman. Be right back. The Airfix Kubel is not great. Love the Hasegawa one though. I never got the Hasegawa one. It's gonna be dropped in the water now. The Hasegawa one certainly comes with something else. Be like a huge box for a tiny. I mean, it's a tiny little model. I mean, it should come in a box this big, if anything. You know, just. I should be able to grab this by somewhere that's going to get covered by dry brush and be fine. Okay. That looks less like a rabid Dorito. All right. So this one's already had the dry brush treatment done to it, which there's no doubt I'm probably going to have to touch some of that up. But that's okay. Where's that surface primer? I'd rather use it than that's separated. Flows so much better than black paint. Yeah, the Airfix Kubel I have fell apart completely. It was really, really old though. Oh. That should be enough. It's the one I have for indoors, and then I've got a new one outside for airbrushing. And they'll both get used, but it keeps me from going in and out. I was basically running low on this stuff. I got another one. I'm like, well, instead of finishing one off, I'll leave one in here and one out there. I thought that back in the day, the Hasegawa stuff was like in really held in really good esteem, but I don't know. Some of their stuff seems to be really inaccurate. They got that Easy 8 Sherman that's supposedly really, really big, like almost 1/70th scale. The Panzer IVs I have from them, the Panzer IV, well, they made three of them. They made an F1, an F2, and a G. And the road wheels on all of them are inaccurate. They're a make-believe road wheel. I don't know whether it's the same road wheel mold that they did for the ammo for the Thor mortar, which was, just a strange pattern. And it's one of those things that isn't a big deal until you know about it, and then you can't look at anything else other than that and realize how inaccurate it is. Okay, there's that. Some spare tracks up here. I always thought the Fujimi stuff was really good based on their box art. Their box art was excellent. But after I look at it, they'll have really inaccurate machine guns or some shit like that. That'll be like that Stuga have is a mixed bag completely. This Kubelwagen is nice, but then there's this little shovel that goes up by the front wheel that is just in pieces parts. It was miscast on the thing, and I did the best I could with it, trying to piece it back together. It was miscast on the sprue. Don't judge a book by its dust jacket. I remember one of the coolest figure sets I thought was the Fujimi German infantry or something in gas masks. It's man, those guys look pretty cool. Those figures are garbage. But the box art is cool. But it's just box art. I was going to do all this stuff before I started doing TV watching with the daughter yesterday. I was just too tired. I was just way too tired to do that. Well, I definitely know what I could do next. I can go ahead and paint the road wheels on this thing. Not in this color, but with real black paint. We got to do that anyways, and this brush is actually behaving okay, considering it's just a cheap ass brush. Oh, well, let's not forget, we got to put the extra track links on the turret too. So when I hide this thing, it's an old Matchbox thing that was already pre-built, and I got from somebody for $1. I think I'm getting my dollar's worth. And yeah, we're gonna paint the end of the barrel on it, like it's attempted to be hidden or something like that. Yes, that's actually a pretty decent brush. Yeah, this thing doesn't even sit down right. This thing's poor. Frontline models or whatever the hell this thing is. I could be drinking coffee and still be yawning. And here's some Soviet ones. They're significantly greener. Su-76s. They've been over here waiting in the wings for a while. shortly. Well, this has this paint, which is kind of a unique thing, so I'm going to get that the hell out of here before we end up running into an issue. These guys are ready to be sealed. Let's get these out of the way. They're in prime territory. All right. Let's get black here. Just do one drop of that. The lid of that container almost seems like it's dry rotted. Plastic is super brittle on it. Saw this company featured in a magazine, and honestly the quality of some of their castings is pretty horrible. I'll say by today's standards, but really any day's standards are terrible. I think I subscribed to this magazine, but then didn't. Just buying individual copies that I need, and then just print them out. But there's an ad in here for, this is just mostly World War II stuff, and occasionally there'll be something else. But then you can just print out what you want, not every single little page. There's one of these ads by Okay, here it is. Front line. Here's a model of a panther, or what's supposed to be a panther. It's horrendous. I mean, unless things are like 50 cents, which they're not. Yeah. 5.3 quid per model. Of course, that's probably average. There's some inspiring shit in here for sure. And of course, I'm only interested in the World War II stuff. Yeah, I won't be buying any Frontline Panthers. Sorry. First of all, I think I got 8 Panthers. Something like that. So I certainly don't need ones that make themselves look like shit compared to the other ones. Weathering or anything on it. I need to do that before I put the tools on. before I look at any of that stuff, one thing that's pretty critical is they changed it quite a few times, and I don't want to go in and then have to want to change my mind after it's already painted. Yeah, look at all the extra tank track protection on there. Quite a bit. That's extreme. That just looks ugly. Let's try to figure out if that's rubber or not. I guess it's metal. That's good because that means I can use the same color that I've been doing. So let's just keep powering on with this one. We'll need a machine gun for the hull there. And switch to this color here for the tracks. All while this wash ends up drying. Now, the only thing I didn't get is I didn't get the little tactical markings for the British tanks. Like these are all going to have red triangles. But I didn't buy those. I'll hand paint those on myself. I didn't want to have to hand paint other stuff. I could have painted the unit of service markings, which I did on the A13, and I think it turned out just fine, but I wasn't going to paint the unit marking down. Whatever that little fox or badger, or whatever the hell symbol it is for the 8th Brigade. Okay, and there's no added on little pieces of track or anything on here. Okay, so this is A Squadron. Now here's the one thing for you guys that are British tank experts. And I'm going to draw this, and I honestly don't know. Because then it's a shame that there's so much damn information on the Jerry's and nothing for anybody else. But if you're looking at all the A Squadron tanks are all going to have, say, a nice dark pencil, a red triangle in it. Do they have tank numbers in it? Like, is there a 1 inside that circle, or I mean, inside the red triangle, or is just a red triangle and then they've got numbers somewhere else, or is there like a a 1 or a 2 or something inside that triangle? I don't think I've seen very little evidence of a number inside of that tactical symbol. Tactical symbol, whether it's a circle or a square. A Squadron is a triangle. Triangle. B Squadron is the square, and then C Squadron is a circle. Grab those decals. 15th Infantry Division. No doubt that they're Scottish. Seen decals for both, but I think it's mainly just the colored symbol. You believe the numbers are elsewhere. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dispense with the numbers. I'm going to, what I'm going to do is, and some of these might be a challenge to put them, like for instance, the Firefly. What the hell am I going to put a triangle on there? I've seen it either on the hull and I've seen it on the turret, and I did a good job of covering both. So I think this one just won't have either one of those two. So let me go ahead and cover these with the gloss coat. Painting a red triangle is not difficult. Okay, and just for good measure, I'm going to cover that. I'm going to put the center also, and then over here. And I'm also going to put on this fender part and back up here. It's not a big deal to have that covered. And then same thing here. It's my first time using these Alaran decals. Let's get this off the paintbrush. Yeah, I looked somewhere. This is the senior regiment. This is the senior regiment of the brigade. But if you go on the Flames of War site, it's shown as Unit 994. Unit of service. Well, I didn't get any 994s. I got 51s, 52s, 53s. So it's going to get a red 51 on it. It's the senior regiment. If that's wrong, well then it's wrong, you know. But yeah, I've sometimes seen them that put the symbol in the middle of it. So we're going to put the little brigade symbol back down here on the right, and on the way on the left we have the unit of arm of service or whatever it is, which should look nice in red, stand out nicely on here. Yeah, that really shouldn't be an issue at all. Still got water in here? We do, but we need new water. Okay. Researching 15th Infantry Division just now as the 2nd Battalion Gordon Highlanders are part of the division. Last surviving veteran is due to open an exhibition and museum in June. It's hard to think that those veterans aren't going to be around much longer. Matchbox Firefly had the yellow triangle with number 2 in the center as a decal. Well, I'm going to hand paint the names on them in white because I want them to stand out. That's going to be my identifier. All right. Let's open one of these things up. UK Northwest Europe 1944-45 units. Wow, this is a tight fit. These are made made in Michigan. Well, it's my own fault for ordering multiple copies of these because these are all one sheet. So I already don't like that already. In other words, there's not individual decals, it's all one decal. So if I put this whole thing in water, I could literally put this entire decal on something. Not a fan of that. Hopefully they're not as thick as the Penninghouse ones. Somebody recommended these to me. I forget who it was. A lot of units here I just wouldn't use. But that's okay. I needed to get multiple of these because I needed the ones for the brigade. All right, so we need two of these. Man, I'm going to have to cut them down even smaller too. Really? This is a slippery fucking place. Used a plastic bag that I don't know that it could have been any tighter fit. Let's grab a couple 51s. Yeah, you're gonna fall down anyways. Fuck you. Fall down all you want. 51. 51's over here. These are all one big decal sheet as well. I'm not thrilled about that. Now, let's get one that's brand spanking new. He's 99. He was captured a few days after landing in Normandy during the Germans' counterattack. Man, hopefully he wasn't held the whole war. Cut these as close as they come. I'm playing with fire here. don't give a shit if you made them all one decal. I'm cutting my own little decals out. Okay, so this one's ready to go. And that one's done. And those are actually look nice. Look really, really good. Let's cut these little wolves or badgers or whatever the fuck these things are. Foxes. Honey badgers. 8th Armored Brigade doesn't give a shit. Okay, I don't want to really cut those and try to do a circle or some shit like that. Cut the corners, make it look like a stop sign, and that's all I'll be able to see. All right. I'm going to take this real slow. Now, the nice thing is now I can just surface tension, my old friend. we can drop. I may not know which side's up on those. Let's leave that alone. So let me look at the back and see if they go on the fenders or they go on the, which is a problem if they don't go on the fenders because there's like a little box or something covering that one, which means that one just won't have the 8th Armored Brigade on it symbol. To be behind that. M4, A4, markings, rear. Okay, here's a triangle with a center. Wasn't even looking for it. Go on, it was a color picture. That is a really good site. What freaking site is this? M4A4 Shermans. You try to make the picture bigger, you can't. Then you go to the site and it sends you in this big old... Here you go. Here's a 1 inside the red circle. Is that a firefly that has the 1? I always liked this photo of these Shermans in Tunisia. Nice colorized photo. Or maybe it's the original color photo. That's what I meant to say. Okay, here it is. So it's not on the fender part, it's on this top part. Well, I'm going to save myself a unit symbol then. Well, this is interesting that they're reversed on the rear. So on the front, you got the arm of service marking on the left, and then the unit icon on the right. But on the tail, it's not reversed. Would have not known that. So I'm actually saving myself the arm of service, which of course I've already put in the water. Well, we'll use it on the next tank. All right. I think we've waited long enough for this thing. Where is the microset? Not that this stuff makes that much of a difference, but I have it. Might as well use it. I don't know that I like the. I don't know that I like the triangle with a number in it. Looks really good from here. I mean, looks really good. Yeah, it adds a little bit of color on this drab vehicle for starters. Looks really good. So this is A Squadron, right? Does that mean it's man, the whole freaking British system just really makes my head hurt. So that means there's only 4 vehicles that have a triangle? Or is that troop? And the reason I'm asking it because I'd like to make I'd like to make that other Sherman also have the same be of the same unit. There's no point in making it of something different at this point. Hell, I'll make all of them. I'd do that. The other Firefly also. we can put this one down. Yeah, this one will be able to put it on the rear. That's good. Adds a bit of pop there. Troop is the equivalent of platoon. Squadron equals company. All right, so what? Okay, squadron is the same as company. So squadron could have up to like 15 or so tanks in it, easy. That's the same as a company. Okay, so no problem doing all these with the same symbol. Yeah, then I have to figure out, okay, if we're going to put numbers on them, are the fireflies the low numbers, or are they, every fourth one, or like, oh my gosh, it's just too complicated. There's a video game called The Troop or whatever that came out. I had really high hopes for it, and I played it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like this. It's weird. Like, if you throw a grenade, you can't do nothing else. Give it a fair shake. Tried playing it several times, didn't like it. Okay, so if we're going to continue with these, we need one more of each there. And you know what? Sometimes you just have to give yourself, just give it a second shot. I find it really weird that red would, that the arm of service would be here, but on the rear, it would go to this side. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be the same, so it's always on the left. I find that very, very strange. It's counterintuitive to me. So I'm going to go ahead and look for M4, A4 scale mates. Before I get too far away. No, I don't care about the Chinese Expeditionary Force. Oh, and here it's reversed. You guys just making my head hurt. Let's look at the instructions. Yeah, here it's how I said it, but they have it actually reversed. They have the arm of service here on the. I've never seen arm of service on the right. How bloody strange. They make a Hasegawa? Hasegawa makes one? What? Yeah, here it is on the left. Here it is on the left, arm of service. Here it is on the left. Here it is on the left. It's even on the Plastic Soldier Company box. It's on the left. So that one DML thing, they were smoking crack or something. Now, when the question is, when I go to the rear, am I going to flip it? So it's flipped on this surviving Sherman in a museum. In other words, the arm of service stays on this same side. But that doesn't make sense to me that it would do that. I did not get the decals for the weight. I'm going to forgo doing those. Even though it adds another little pop of color. Man, I don't know what to do. I don't think I got any books on it. Let me do. Okay, let me do this. British Arm of Service markings World War II. Okay, vehicle of service. Size used. The background colors pale, numbers color. Okay. Practical purposes. History, marking video predates armor starts began used by the time recording vehicles. This particular numbers, markings usually carry stencils, feel something. Okay. 1940, no phone burst, vehicles round on the bottom. Okay, formation signs, cage vehicle. Okay, formation sign, information attached to, that's template test. There's normal start. Sign was affixed to the front near side left bumper. Okay, yeah, well, that's where it should be then, on that left bumper of the vehicle. I like the Rhino. I like the Rhino from the first Armored so much. I like most of them. I like the Armored Fist. I like the Jerboa. Go, man, it could do better than Go. The Bull's cool. Moo. 79th Armored. Okay. That's got to be a Welsh unit. 43rd. Painted on the offside front bumper or nearby, dependent upon the vehicle, so maybe on the front of the wing laces or with the Jeep below the windscreen. The sign is repeated on the offside rear. offside front. This is the offside front. So the question is the offside rear caddy corner or is it straight back? What is the offside rear on a car? The offside rear tire refers to a tire that is located on the right-hand side of the vehicle at the rear. The offside rear is the driver's side of the car in the back seat. Offside front. Seems like it wouldn't be, this one wouldn't go to here, this one would go to here. That's how I'm going to do it. It makes the most sense to me. It doesn't make any sense for have the unit symbol on this side and on this side of the vehicle. It makes sense for it to be caddy corner. So that you're looking at the front, you've got the unit of service on the left. If you're looking at the rear, you have the unit of service on the left. That's what it makes sense to me. If I'm going to err on that side, but according to this, it should be the, oh my God, this is making my head hurt. Now, offside would be the left as you face the tank. I'm gonna put the arm of service. There's no doubt that the front, there's one instruction that says to do it other than this way. Okay? Fuck those guys. They don't know what the hell they're talking about, okay? So the rear, I'm going to do the same order. I'm going to put the arm of service over on this corner because to make it so both arm of services are on the same side, I'm not going to be able to sleep at night. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So, right. We'll call it a draw. We need one more of each of those and one more of the, and one more 51. Okay, so we need two 51s. One for here and one for over there. Two more 51s. And one more of these badger thingies. I still don't know what the hell it is. British honey badger, whatever. But it looks good. It looks really good at a distance. And it gives it a pop of color. It appears to be the formation on the left rear as well. Okay, reword that. Which formation? let's say this is the rear of the tank. I would do it this. I would make it so it's the same. Looks the same from the front or the rear. What do you think? It just seems weird. The 51 would be here, but on the back it would be on the opposite side. And that one instructions, it has the unit symbol on the wrong side. It's like, you know, the German. If the German put a Panzer Division symbol, it's always on this. It's always up here. It's always on that side of the tank. If you're looking at the vehicle, it's on the right-hand side, right-hand front. So I guess it's on the vehicle's left. Have I seen it on the left, on the opposite side before? Sure, but it's rare, you know. This is really, really rare. Formation sign on the same side on the front and rear, so that formation signs are on the left side of the and the front. Damn, let me give this a bump. Oh, and let me change it to live chat while I'm thinking about it. Formation sign on the same side on the front and rear, so that the formation signs are on the left side of the tank at the front and at the rear. This is like Phil Barker-ish. Formation sign. Formation sign on the same side on the front and the rear, so that formation signs are on the left side of the tank at the front and the rear. That's totally Phil Barker. Oh man. So was I looking at it correctly, or was I 180 degrees wrong? How about I just don't put any on the rear? Problem solved. I don't know what you mean. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just trying to wrap my around. Arm of service, same side or caddy corner? I guess the only advantage of putting it on the same sides, if you look at the rear of the tank and you like, you know, you had one too many scotches, you know which way the tank is facing. If you put it caddy corner, which makes sense to me, then you wouldn't be able to tell whether the tank was facing forward or backwards. But I mean, if you don't know which way a tank is facing, you probably need to put the bottle down. The American version would be the opposite, as you guys drive on the wrong side of the road. Each vehicle had to carry a formation sign, normally the formation they were permanently attached to. Thus, if temporarily attached to another unit, the vehicle would retain its normal sign. These guys dry yet? Well, that one set of dragon instructions is just flat out wrong. Completely. See, all this could be solved if you guys would just drive on the same side of the road that the rest of the world, including the French, drive. All right, I'm going to punt on this. To be continued. But it looks fucking great. Look at this. It looks wonderful. Beautimus. Let's do something positive. Yep. All right. Here we go. I'm going to do it how DBA should have been done. This is how DBA should have been done. Wrong pen. Need a better pen than that. No limp dick pens. Option 1. Option A. Option B. Okay. This is the front. This is the rear, also known as aft, but this is in a vessel. Over here we have front, rear. And I don't trust people on the internet because everybody on the internet's quick to give an answer. Oh, I want to say something even if it's fucking wrong. And people prove it all the time on the news groups. The people loudest to speak the most often are sometimes the most ignorant. Yeah, not exactly right, but... Okay, here's the rear of both parts of the Sherman. And we're just going to worry about this. We're just going to worry about the arm of service. The 51 is definitely on the left-hand side of the front of the vehicle. There's no doubt about that. I'd bet somebody's life on it at this point. Okay? This is the kind of shit that happens at work. Oh, I thought you meant the other left. And this is if you're looking at the front of the vehicle. If you are the ground pounder and you see this, okay, the 51 in both scenarios is on the left. That's not an option. Those Chinese dragon instruction making dudes on that one tank were just flat out wrong. So, here's the two options. You know, and whatever unit is obviously on the opposite corner. Okay? Is this clear as mud? So, logically, I would go with this option every time, regardless of which side this ends up going. If we decided that the 51 was over here, I'd put the 51 on the opposite on the back. That's just logically, that's the way I would go with. I wouldn't put them both. In other words, is it like this, or is it like the lights on a boat? Like if you have a boat, right? You have a port and a starboard light. Well, the red light's always on the left. It doesn't matter whether you look at it from the left or the right. It's always on it. So this is like a port and starboard light, and this is just what I call the caddy corner. Yeah, no. Now I'm fucked. Jesus Christ, I'm fucked up. All right, hold on a second here. Yeah. Oh, I used the wrong example in the wrong place. B is what I would do normally. This is on the same side of the vehicle. This is like the port and starboard. See how confusing something is? This is why I'm not going to play DVA ever again. Or anything like that. You know? Yeah. This is on the same side of the vehicle. Good Lord. So, logically, I would do this one. See, I even confused myself, even when I did a drawing. Because this is caddy corner. You know, you got the headlights. Where are the headlights on this bloody thing? Where are the headlights on this bloody thing? They're to the left of here. Okay, so we got here's little headlights. Beep, beep. Kind of cute. I should draw more often. That's what's just being in a hurry. And little taillights up here somewhere. Sherman taillights are up here. Yeah, it's caddy corner here, but because I'm showing the opposite, it's not. So here they're on the same side of the vehicle. So in this case, there's not a seat. They're on the right-hand side of the vehicle. Arm of service is on the right-hand side of the vehicle, no doubt about it. Now the question is, does it carry on here, or does it go to the caddy corner side? Like this. This is how I would do it. There's no doubt about it. But it may not be correct. I didn't get to design the, vehicles. Not clear from that if what is meant is always on the left as you look at it, or the sign is on the left side of the tank looking from the front in both instances. Aha! Phil Barker speaketh. Near side refers to the closest side of the vehicle to the curb. Okay. I'm going to punt and not do it. Because I don't know. I mean, to put the arm of service on the same side of the vehicle here, in other words, to flip them, doesn't make any sense to me. It would look like an eyesore. It looked like an eyesore. It seems like the 51 should always be on the left-hand side. When you look at it, it's always to your left. But I could be wrong. I didn't get to design it, Oh, I need a drink. And not this. Where's my scotch? To see what I mean? It's, even when I did the drawing, it wasn't clear. Oh, it's on the opposite side. No, actually, these showed the same side. What are you talking about? Ay, Dios mío. Okay, so on this side of the vehicle, we want to put it here on the turret. Okay, because we're going to put the nickname here on the side of the tank. So there's no point in the nickname and the triangle both vying for supremacy. And I'm going to move the triangle a little bit farther back. I don't really want it to go over the applique armor piece. It just doesn't sit right with me. So let's get some red out here. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, Captain Pugwash? I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's like, it's difficult to understand. And that's on a vehicle that we know for a fact that the Brits had to drive it the American way. You couldn't just be like, you know, the guy wants to hop in here and it's like, all right, I'm ready to take off. And you go in there like, what's this machine gun position doing? Oh, because it's on the other side. Bloody Yanks, you know? That's why I'm never playing DBA again. Going round and round in circles. Define at one base width. Ah, make it stop. Go to hell. Within one base width. Ah! Show us a fucking drawing. Don't write it out. Because then there's some people just want to get it right, and there's some people that are like, let me abuse this. People that want to abuse things should be abused. And not in their orifice of choice. All right. The fun part, the stuff I'm good at. Oi. I'm going to start off a little bit darker so that I can bring it up some. None on the hull. It's all on the turret. Okay, just a little red triangle that we can then add a brighter red and give it some depth. It looks better. Somehow the tip on this got fucked up. I feel like it needs to come up even a little bit more. Yep. There we go. You got a cute little guy. Now, I don't know where the hell we're going to put the triangle on. We may not be able to put the triangle at all on the Firefly, and that's okay. That is just fine. All right, let's do this. Let's use you guys' resource. Let's see what's at the tank collection at the Tank Museum. Name, filter by country. We want Britain. I mean, a Matilda 2 should work. Oh, you're not going to show me pictures? Asshole. Which M4 Sherman is there? Okay, there's the Firefly. All right, let's do this. Tank Museum, Firefly. Now I want to look at picture images only. Somebody show me a picture of the rear. And here is the 51 on the right-hand side of the tank. So straight across from each other. So not how I would have done it. Okay, well, I'm going to defer to them. I figure those guys have a fucking clue. That's not how I would have done it. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be right. I just want to do it correctly. All right, let's check it with something else that they may have in the. If they need one other British vehicle at the Tank Museum. Doesn't Australia have? Australia has a tank museum that's worth a damn too. Let's go to desktop site, where this thing should always default to. Online shop, what's that tank medicine here? Tank museum. Museum tanks. Tank collection, okay? Churchill 4. Churchill 4, same thing should apply to the Churchill. Okay, so I'm going to go on here and do, and if it's consistent with it, I'm just going to roll with that. Churchill 4 Tank Museum. Images. be nice if they weren't all front images of the vehicle. Churchill, 4, tank, rear. Well, I can dispense with the fact that there's no doubt about the front being on the left-hand side, the unit of service. So here's a preserved one and it's flipped. Okay. That 4 turret is ugly. I find the turret of the 3 is better. I don't like roundy things when they don't need to be roundy. Wow, why is there no pictures of the damn rear of this Churchill? Here's one in Tunisia. And let's look at the corner here. It's flipped. Looks like it's flipped. So or may add to the confusion. No, I don't think it adds to the confusion now. It's just not how I would have done it. Okay. All right, I'm pretty convinced that it's this option. It's option 1, which is not what I would have done. So that's fine. Of course, now I can't use that. We can't use that one either. I mean, I can't use it right now. It's got to dry out first. Okay. I certainly don't want to paint a whole bunch of them. Like, I did them wrong. Motherfuck. You know. There we go. So, with that said, 51's going to go, well, there's not going to be a 51. There's no space for it. So we need an extra tank brigade one there. And then this one, both of them fit on there. So I actually need 1 of the 51s and then 2 of the tank brigades. I got another decal sheet of these things anyways, so we should be all right. Oi! All right, so we're going to cut one of these off and then set the other one off to the side. But that set of instructions from Dragon's definitely off. Which shows arm of service on the right on the front. Like, no. Okay, so we'll need 1 of those for these 2 tanks anyhow. And then let's cut these down as small as I can get them. Why did I pick this tank brigade? Well, because it's in this scenario. And they just happen to be fighting Panzer Lehr. That's just pure coincidence. I'll tell you what, after that, my day of work tomorrow is going to be a piece of cake. You know, it's the same thing when you're researching ancient shit and the answer you're looking for isn't there, and you have to just make the best decision you can based with the information that's available. And once you've done all that and you've made a decision, you're like, well, I may be wrong, but I made the best choice based on the information that was available. I put a hell of a lot more thought into it than I think most people probably would have. Okay. All right, fuck you. Sync. There we go. It's all right. It took a little bit of time, but I think we got the right answer. It's a shame that this one's only going to be able to get one decal on the back, and it's the tank brigade, because I think the arm of service is actually the more colorful one. Having that pop of red, but it's okay. Firefly will be able to have both of them on there. And then the other Shermans are probably ready to go. That wash has certainly dried on them. So the tank brigade marking is going to go there. A lot of the Churchill tank brigades have stupid markings. I don't really like that Diablo symbol, which is, the two. It looks like an hourglass. It's just like, okay, didn't really think about that one. The one that's the 34th Tank Brigade looks cool. The mailed arm with the stick, with the Morning Star. I like that one. Man, it's heavy. Okay, this one gets the Tank Brigade. Right. You know, I'm gonna give this thing a name before we move on to the other ones, because that's the shit I really enjoy doing. And then we do the weathering. I don't want to go crazy on the weathering. We still want to keep this thing relatively this color. Okay, arm of service, same side, so we're gonna put them over on this side. God, that looks so nice. These tweezers are just stellar. Worked a lot better cutting it in a semicircle. Whew. Okay. Let's go to that anal retentive file. Uh-oh, you gave me a walk around. It's not going to change my mind, is it? Yeah, here's that vehicle, and it's crick-crocked. You got to watch what's on museums though, because remember they had the wrong counter scheme colors. I don't like the running gear on the Sherman. I know it was effective, but yep, arm of service is crick crock. It's the opposite. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think I'm pretty comfortable with that at this point. All right, so let's go to that ridiculous website that somebody with too much free time on their hands created, which is thankfully they had too much time on their hands. All right, man, this thing makes my head hurt. All right, so we're looking for names. These are all going to be A troop. These are all going to be A names. And we need one for an M4A4, 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 a VC, and a VC. We need 6 A names. Okay, I don't think any of these, and I really need my contacts out for this. I really need to make sure none of them are for this unit. So I'm going to look for all the 51s, which is a unit of service, and see if there's any of them for this particular unit. That's the easiest way to glance. And then if not, then I'm going to pick some names that are relatively common, that repeat themselves over and over again. So it's likely that those are legitimate choices. So looking for 51s in the 8th Tank Brigade that start with an A. I haven't seen any yet. Lots of Canadians. No. Oh, I'm still not done. 7th Armored Division, 5th Armored Division, 8th Armored Division, 7th Armored, 5th Armored. Man, there's a lot of 5th Armored stuff. I'd expect there to be a lot of 7th Armored stuff, but not a single entry from the 8th Armored Brigade. Okay, well, maybe you may look at the unit of service, because there's one here. I just got into the Bs, and right off the bat, I found one for the 8th Armored Brigade, but it's B Squadron. And it doesn't have a unit of service marking on it. 4th, 7th Dragoon Guards, that's what we're doing, is Balaclava, is a Royal Headquarters tank, Cruiser 13. Okay, well, that's a super early. Yeah, it wouldn't be a Covenanter. That would have been in North Africa. All right, so let's see. Let me scroll up into, let me get back to the A's. And make sure there's not any 8th Armored Brigade. A lot of 8th Armored Divisions, but not 8th Armored Brigades. This is just another one of these exercises. I may not find the answer I'm looking for, but I'm going to be able to get enough of an idea that I'm going to be able to make an educated decision and be able to live with it. And there's not an option to is there? There is a search. Okay. 8th. Thought there wasn't. 8th. Armored. Gotta spell it the British way. Brigade. Well, here's one from the 24th Lancers. Appy Amstead. It's an M4 Sherman. That's a long-ass freaking name. Aberdeen. Sherwood Rangers Yeomanry. It's the 8th Armored Brigade. It's the wrong squadron. It is a squadron. I know somebody who'd like Aberdeen. A legitimate name. What else we got? Achilles. Achilles is a Sherman 3, also known as an M4A2 A Squadron, Sherwood Rangers Yeomanry. Here's one, but it's a Grant named Ergiad Sios II. What? Oh, no, that's actually a 6B. Yeah, so that's in North Africa. Here's another Sherwood Rangers, Stuart, Mark V Stuart. Akarit. There's an Aquila. Akilla. Is a Firefly, A Squadron, Sherwood Rangers Yeomanry, 8th Armored Brigade. That's, I think, the 2nd Regiment. But that only has one entry, so that's not a really common name. So I don't want to, go out on a limb on something that's just... There's one named Anxiety. Anxiety is an A Squadron Humber Light Reconnaissance car. Armageddon the Third is an M4A4 Sherman. Arrogant. That's a great freaking name. I'm making one of them Arrogant. I'm not going to design what's going to be yet. So one of them is going to be Arrogant, and that seems to be a pretty common name. So it looks like there's no nicknames for A Squadron 4-9 Dragoon, whatever the hell these things are called, Dragoon Guards. Asp. Asp is a common name. So is Assassin. Attila. Avenger. Too much of a stupid superhero connotation. Articulation. Holy nerd burglar named that one. Armadillo. Want something a little bit more British. Armadillo is not very British. Sorry, there's not even any armadillos in Europe. I don't think. Argyle seems like a good one. We're gonna name one of them Argyle. April the 5th. It seems like a popular name. What the hell happened to April the 5th? I have Apollo spelled both ways. 2 P's and only with a single P. That's one of those names I have trouble spelling. I don't have trouble spelling many names, but Apollo is one of those. It always involved double letters. Anteater. What the hell's an anteater? Seems like it'd be like a huge vehicle that was slow. Angelic Betty. Andromeda for a firefly. That's a long name. Andromeda. Anarchist. Almond. I don't mind almond. Alibaba. Alberta. We're not naming it Alberta. It's not a Canadian unit. Ajax is a pretty common one. Okay, so we just need one more firefly. This is a firefly of the 1st Royal Tank Regiment, 22nd Armor Brigade, 7th Armored Division, called Achtung. Yeah, no. Achilles. All right. I'm making the 2 fireflies Ajax and Achilles. That just makes sense. That just makes sense from a logical standpoint. And then we got Andromeda, Arrogant, Argyle, and Almond as the other ones. Okay. Excellent. We're going to need the black one for this. Where's me white at? I'm doing almond. This is a smaller vehicle. Those have more room to write in, I think. We're going to make this one almond. And I'm not going to put T numbers on it. Sorry. They're super prominent and distracting. Now, I think I've killed this brush. I don't think I can use that brush anymore. So, when you're writing a name, start in the middle. Don't start with yay. Well, you do if you got like a hard stop, but yeah, I'll start with yay here, but here in the middle, if I got a space that I got to fit something in, I want to start in the middle. So it's either the M or the O. The thing most people dread and I like the most. Well, there's almond. Not perfect, but it'll do for now. I'm going to make this one Ajax. Got less space to play around with on here. Hard to fit it in there. I know that these names were usually used in stencils, but there's a little Ajax there. we can go to the other ones, and we'll probably rewrite on top of those and make them pop out a little bit more once we have all the other vehicles done. Let's get these other Shermans out here. God, they're so much bigger. So much crisper, too. Russian uniform. Man, I'm tired of coughing. Let's look a different color. And they look a better different color, honestly. Nope. Still the same Russian uniform on the outside. I think they just have a little bit more of the bronze green undertone. And it looks good. And this is not a weathering color. This is just a natural color that the tank would be if it was just fading. Now, this is the one that has no armor on it at all. No applique armor of any, well, no additional accoutrement on it. So we're going to go ahead and pick a turret out for this one. And they can start hanging out together. And we do not want one that has the turret opened. And let's make sure that we've got That is pretty tight. Specifically did not glue that on. Front of that 50 was never trimmed. One second. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good. That color, anyways. Let me take a look at some oddity here. have one Russian uniform. Thought I might have had a second one. So many colors that are damn near the same. Okay. So I bet the new Russian uniform is a different color. Oh well. If it's slightly different, it's slightly different. It's the only one I have here right now, so. So we've got an extra road wheel on here for added defense. You guys have been quiet for a while. Put you guys asleep. And of course, this will have pin washes in places and make all these little things stand out even more. That's cool. I was able to make that stuff out of green stuff. You don't have to throw away the originals. Okay, this is the one I had with the open commander's hatch. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it by the end of the gun barrel, which is what I normally do.
Sorry, here pottering.
Pottering, making things out of pot.
Making pots.
Playing with clay. Pottering about. Not watching Harry Potter, are you? Boop, boop. It's not what it's called smoking pot in UK, is it? Pottering? Kind of a bummer that I didn't make one of these a firefly. But I don't need that many damn fireflies. Two's plenty. Especially that's the right proportion. I have 475 millimeter gun Shermans and 2 fireflies. What I did like about that episode of Band of Brothers we just watched that had the 11th Armored Division tanks, there were some Cromwells there. And do all the Cromwells have the bulbous muzzle brake? Because it looks better than just a smooth one. And why do I think that the 11th Armored Division operated with the 43rd Infantry side by side? Why do I think that? Why do I think that they operate with the 43rd Wessex? Let's pull that off.
You potter around or potter about. You do pleasant but unimportant things without hurrying.
Oh. Putter about. Idle speed. A low idle. I did not glue the front of these. I don't know why. I just didn't. I just figured the fit and finish was good enough. It didn't need to be glued. They come back and glue it at some point or not. Oh. Definitely not going to glue the machine guns down. To 50, just leave them up there. I need to turn them out of the way or... No. Oh. Freaking Mexican Fiesta right here. That's going to look pretty cool. Even as a... Well, it's totally an objective vehicle. Like, knock that thing out. It's a more elegant phrase than when I taught you about being radarsed. All right. Let's get your input on what you think about this coloration. I think it's spot on. And of course, we haven't weathered it yet. Looks like a fucking nacho. Nazi nacho. How about them boys? Oh, sorry. Chaps. How about those chaps? Yeah, that's what I should do. Film one of these battles and I do a British act. I do my own. Hey, my accent may suck, but it's better than most Americans. I know it's not saying anything, but I could do a better job. But get your ass over here and teach me how to do it. I bet I could do better than most people. Okay, let's draw out the center of this bastard. Now this is white metal, so I gotta be careful. Let's find the center point. Got it? Now. What is it that the guy on the voice on this ship does when I'm playing World of Warships and I'm playing a British tank? Let's show them what we've got, chaps. I'm like, no, that sounds excruciatingly Americanized. Yeah, well, we're gonna do. We want to do these guys. We want to do these guys on. The cool thing is I've got a tank commander. I want to paint him because I like the way a British tank commander looks. The beret looks awesome. Unfortunately, U.S. tank commanders look stupid. But they didn't pick their headgear. They didn't pick their their football helmet. That's basically what it is. They show up in a football helmet. No disrespect to any veterans, just saying, they could have done better than that. Let's get a tweezer in here. Say that one. We don't have a flat end on it, do we? So if we have a flat end, I'm not even going to fool with that. No, but it looks like it's been through hell on it and back. About this one. That one looks a little better. See if we can do something with that. Aha, caught you. I'm not even going to install this thing. I think just... I was being way too optimistic. what we've got, chaps. Okay. Right. As we were. I gotta find this little. Ooh, we still got a slurry of stuff down there. Well, we did lay it down pretty thick. Only reason I'm even painting this because we got this color out, but this vehicle is not a priority. I won't be doing a scenario where we're mine clearing things at Sword Beach. Although I think there actually is a scenario with a crab in it. I suspect that when they have this crab thing deployed, it's really limited the speed that can go. Got to pick one of the lower gears, if not the lowest gear. This would have been impossible to put together if I'd been one of those devout superglue users. These little wacky sticks definitely are candidates for epoxy. Whack, 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 whack. What if they've ever ran over some Germans with them and stuff like that? Like, tell me where the minefield is. 9! All right, we're going to run this thing over you. Whack, 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 whack. No. Whack, whack, whack. You bought yourself a laser cutter yesterday. I need a set of Tank Crew Brewing tea so I can reenact Lord Carrington's encounter with the U.S. Paras at Nijmegen. I'm surprised YouTube let me know you were streaming. Yeah, you got to click on that bell, man. All notifications. All notifications all the time. You're a crucial part of this team, man. We need you. All right. Time to add some clear coat to these spots now that we know where they go. Not worried about El Crabo. I'm not going to get bogged down to that the Fiesta Panzer III. Orale, Panzer. Okay. That goes there. And the third one. These are so much bigger than the other ones. And that's 3 vehicles. And they're each going to need 2 of each one, so I need 6 of each. So 6 of these. Good Lord. Okay. There's one. I got 2 sets of the decals. I should not run out. Let's get rid of this before you have a mishap. There's the rest of my cardboard. My cardboard supply. There we go. One. Looking for 51s. This is the senior regiment. 6 total. All right, that's 1. Need 5 more. Of course, I have 4. I have enough. I bought another set. I need 6 of these 8th Armored Brigades as well. Now, what else we got in here? 8th, we got 11th. Guards. Yeah, we got other stuff that we know. No Canadians, unfortunately, though. I think they're making another set that's Canadians. Now, to find out where the fuck I put them. Because they're not where they should be. Damn it! And like I said before, I'm more organized about this stuff than just about anybody that I know. Which means I know some really disorganized fucking people. Did I not put them away? And they're here? Here's the envelope that came in. Yep, it's empty. Ah, they fell on the floor. You bastards. Bastard. Here we go. So it was a pain in the ass that they weren't all cut, pre-cut. However, so far so good. I'm not going to use these folks again. But it is a little disappointing. This is, like I said, this is all one sheet. You literally can put this in water and like stick the whole thing on if you want. I'm not a fan of that. How many did we say? 6? So we need 4 of these. Okay, that leaves 2 for the firefly. The last firefly. Literally, I have exactly the amount that I need. Took about a week to get here, by the way. From Michigan Stan. You go away now. Okay, Allied Stars, cool. Not for the British. Not putting none of that nonsense on the roof. That looks stupid. Not in my world, pal. Roundels, absolutely. US Stars, no. All right, 1 of the 51s, yep. Okay. Bye-bye. I do have 2 of these floating around. One of them I actually found recently. No, that's definitely not the sharper one. All right, let's cut these 51s first. And I might as well just put it in the water and start drowning it. Next. I normally mix these up a little bit, but since they're for a specific scenario, what the heck? And then we'll glue all the 51s down.
You got any ideas what I could laser cut? Well, you're supposed to figure that out before you go and buy one. I know bases are an obvious choice. I bought it on a whim, so it's one of those things I'll just find stuff to use it for. Maybe you could just like cut piles of that stuff and just get the whiff of it. That stuff smells good, you know? I don't know where you would buy like the base. Like, let's say you wanted to do like plywood bases. Like, where do you buy the plywood? There seems to be a problem with notifications. Did not get notified of yesterday's or today's sessions. Happened recently with regular subscriptions to channels. Yeah. Like I've said before, I don't do anything different. Don't blame me. It's those nerd burglars. They want to say, hey, let's change things to make things into. How about just like go to hell? Like, you know, some of us have enough challenges on our workday. We don't be creating extra challenges for my hobby. What could you laser cut? Movement markers for sure. Seems like that would take up a lot of space. Is it cut fast? So once I get these vehicles done, the next thing I should do is, I got to figure out what I got to do about them. I got a couple of buildings I need to practice on. I need 3 rubble buildings and then get a church. I don't have a church, but we're going to do the rubble buildings first. I'm going to keep. No, let's do what we said we were going to do. Let's paint this stuff up. Let's make sure we don't screw this up. Unit of service on the left. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. What's going on here? What's the meaning of this? Man, I gotta be careful. This is counterintuitive. Using palm of my hand for this actually helps a lot. Unfortunately, it looks like with the printing they left a little bit of white space there off to one side, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. Really? Don't fuck with me. You'll be outside. I'll throw your ass out. Uppity inanimate object. Looks so good with that red and white.
out. This one flipped upside down like a pancake. All right, now, only thing I hate about decals, these little remnants. Let's put the lid back on this. Seems like plywood, you can cut them in hardware stores, different settings with different types of wood. Chum has access to laser print work as well as bases. He prints MDF buildings and MDF and acrylic markers, even dice for Colonial Saga. Buildings 2. Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll paint mine soon. I got some old buildings I gotta practice on. They'll turn out just fine. Just gotta give them some TLC. Spend some time with them and they'll work out just fine. There's a huge difference between, look at the gap on the front here between these two roundy parts. It's like almost twice as wider there than here. Hey, it's a War Games miniature. It'll be all right. All right. So we're going to attempt to cut these out, put these decals on them, and then we're going to stop for the morning. Because I am starving, and I think the girls want to go somewhere to have an early lunch or something. So let's cut these guys squarish. Hold this down, keep these guys from flying. What is this? Are these Foxen? This 8th Armored Brigade symbol? There's a honey badger. It's funny, I look at these scenarios, I'm like, oh man, how am I ever going to have 6 Panthers? Like, fuck, I got 8. One step at a time. So it's kind of a pain. They aren't pre-cut, but it's okay. I'd order from them again. They seem to be thin. That's the important thing. They're not thick like the Petting House ones. Grab this thing and hold it underwater. Drown it. 2 more to go. I'll look at it in a second. What unit is that crab? There's a crab in one of the scenarios. And it's not a beach scenario. I'm going to paint that unit. I'm going to paint that crab like that unit, whatever the hell unit that is. Hopefully it's not something stupid. Never can tell. I like that one that's, what is it, this 27th Armor Brigade? It's like a seahorse or something. That one's cool. A blue and white seahorse. Scenarios has a crab in it. Let's see. Vehicle data chart. These are all American scenarios. I don't care about that. This one has a ton of scenarios for Dieppe, which interests me not in the least. Canadians versus SS? Ooh, bad blood. I thought there was a scenario that had a crab in it. No, I don't know where it is. I'll find it eventually. Recently bought a collection of radio dramas. There's this one called Poltergeist. I thought that was pretty good. Still, I've never seen that movie. I've never seen Poltergeist. Yeah, it came out when I couldn't watch rated R movies, and not really a subject matter that I'm that interested in seeing. Let's just do all three of them. Put these little honey badgers on here. All right, we're going to start with this one because it's right here. This scenario, the commander that's in the Firefly is actually an elite guy. What does that mean? He gets 3 actions a turn. Seems kind of overpowering, but really unusual to have a character that gets 3 actions a turn as opposed to 2. Aha. Still haven't found a place to watch Godzilla -1. I guess I'll probably try to be able to watch it when I'm least interested in watching it. Wouldn't have been interested in watching it at all if you hadn't told me about the Japanese cruisers.
The Exorcist is the movie you like. I saw it one time. Saw The Omen one time. I remember as a kid, everybody was talking about The Omen. All I remember about The Omen is a plate glass cutting somebody's head off. I don't like beheadings. Beheadings are creepy. It's one thing to be killed. It's another thing to be like disassembled and then killed. Or, you know, maybe they happen within a fraction of each other, but... Okay, so this is the 4th, 7th Dragoon Guards. And I don't know what the hell Krabby's going to be part of. Krabby will be something else, but just a little bit of pop of color. They're all going to have triangles on the turret. This guy's going to have a commander here. Going to have a 50 on there as well. I just took the 50 to get it out of the way. Soap today. Soaptoday.qa. Okay, so how long have we been on here? Holy shit, 4 hours. I feel like I've got nothing done in 4 hours, but man, things just take time. Anyhow, here's the... Still got to be weathered and all kinds of stuff, but... Anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks. We'll see you guys on the next one. Oh, that's where to watch -1? Oh, streaming on Paramount Plus. We have that. I think we do. All right, let's write this. Soaptoday.qa. Okay, we'll check this out. Thanks for stopping by, folks, and we'll